Okay. I'm sorry that it took me so long to get the stream set up. I was having trouble with Streamlabs. Um, I'm streaming on this account, and it's not connected to the account that I usually stream on, which is, my main account. So the chat's not going to be displayed on here. I can't figure out how to get the chat from the Archie Sonic Online account to show up on here. So I just have to have the stream chat on the side. Let me see if I can pop this out. Here we go. I'm going to have this on the side while I'm streaming so I can actually read what everybody's saying. Anyways, hello. I hope y'all are having a good day. Today we are working on some pencils for issue 54 of Archie Sonic Online. This is the Sonic Universe issue. So let's get started. So this is the page that we have it. This is already a ways into the issue. Not really sure what else to say about the content of this. I'm not sure what all I'm allowed to talk about, and what I should let everyone see at this point. But anyways, so yeah, let me get chat on the side. There we go. Okay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and dive right in. This is a rough page, just to sort of lay out how I want the format of the page to go. But I'm gonna go ahead and clean this up. So I'm gonna lower the opacity and just dive right in. I need to start on the city. Let me get my references up here. There we go. Okay. All right. So actually, I'm going to go down to this and lay out some more. I hope that y'all are all having a good day today. I would have started the stream a little earlier today, but I ended up having some issues in my apartment today. I woke up and there was a huge leak in my apartment. Like, I just walked out into the hallway and there was water like all over the floor, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from, and I had to run around calling maintenance workers to come and help me, and it ended up being that some people who live above me left their shower running, and I guess the pipes just overflowed down into my apartment, so I had to deal with that this morning. And my cat was giving me some trouble. She was like, well, she's just causing havoc. So I had to deal with that before I started the stream, because I didn't want... if the leak was any worse than it was, I didn't want to have that be going on while I was streaming, so I had to get that settled before I did anything. So, right now, what I'm doing is I'm just laying down the city. I think the city is called, if I'm pronouncing it right, I think it's Atlantinopolis. I believe that's how you say it. But, there's no, like, I guess, clear reference for what the city looks like. So I'm just sort of, I have a couple of references that I'm looking at, and I'm just sort of winging it. Not really, I don't know, going with a 100%, like, I don't want to say it's not a canon design, because I'm using references from, like, the original Archie comics, but, like, I don't think there was ever any, like, super detailed shots of the city, just sort of vague, I guess, landscape shots. And, yeah, so I'm going in and just putting stuff down. You get, down in this panel, you get sort of a better shot of it. I did some, like, early layouts for that, but it's kind of easier to get a feel for what the city looks like from, like, an aerial shot like this. So, actually, I want that to be shown. Yeah, that looks good. Sometimes I look at my perspective and I'm just like, I did the opposite of what needs to be done. All of that was angled upwards. This is a down shot, so you need to be able to see. There we go. Okay, that looks better. And this line needs to be removed. And this is all going to be cleaned up. I do a rough layout of the scene, and then I go in and I clean it up with another layer on top. It's just, whenever you're in the roughs, you just gotta sort of get a feel for the area, whatever you're drawing. Then, once you have sort of your ideas down, then you can go in and, like, okay, this needs to be like a straighter line or what have you. Let's see. And then since this is all underwater, I have to put some fish and, like, bubbles and stuff like that. I gotta put something in here to make it look more like it's underwater. Yeah. This is coming along. Trying to see what else I can add to make it look a bit more like the city. Let's see, this could be a bit more rocky. Not make that so geometric. It's not exactly a clear view of a lot of these areas, so I'm kind of have to like make up some stuff as I go, but that's fine. I want to hurry up and get this area finished. I don't think it needs to be like super clean, but I'd like to have more of a clear idea of this area, so whenever I actually do go in and finalize it, I'm not just like, okay, what does this line mean? I might want to like shrink this down a little bit, because this city is like, maybe, okay, I'm also gonna bring this in here. Have like an actual like station once you get in. Okay. And then, yeah, that looks good. Cool. Let's see. I don't think this doesn't need to be like super fleshed out, because it's just an aerial shot, and a lot of this can be like I can put like these little reflection lights in here like this, because it's, you know, there's a bubble around the city, so, but I don't want to mess with that until I get to it, so I think I'm going to leave that there, and I'm going to jump to the characters now. Let me get my references ready. Okay. So his head needs to come down a little bit more. And I'm gonna have to fix that line, but whatever. Because his hat needs to have enough space. I really like working on this issue because there's a lot of fun characters and character designs that I get to work with. And as you can see, my favorite cat is in this issue as well, so I get to draw her. She's one of my favorite Sonic characters. So she's really fun to draw. Really, all the characters in this issue are fun to draw. There's a lot of like more complex designs that sort of, I wouldn't say they're challenging to draw, but it's just they have like a lot of like costume elements, and I like drawing detailed characters. Okay, I gotta go back and look at the script so I know that I'm getting the right face. Okay. And then I need a reference for, let's see. There we go. Okay. Actually, there's 3. Did that wrong. There we go. That's just rough. That doesn't need to look as good. Okay. Now I have his leg. Oh, it's a little too far. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I love Blaze. She's so fun to play with expressions with. Zoom. Okay. Now for the best part of this panel. Wonder if y'all will be able to guess who this is. Hi, Cherry Lum. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Anyone want to take any wild guesses which character this is? Maybe you'll figure it out while I'm drawing. Oh, Mysterious M. Rancid. I hope that you're safe. That sounds really scary. Yeah, it was raining really bad like about an hour ago where I am, but it seems like it's calmed down now. It's like sunny outside. If y'all are just dropping by the stream, I'm working on issue 54 of Sonic Universe with Archie Sonic Online. I'm doing pencils for... I'm about, I guess halfway through this issue with the pencils. I'm going to try and pick up my pace where I can. It's going to be a little difficult because I'm still in school, but I'm trying my best to stay active. I've been doing a lot of work with Archie Sonic Online. Let's see, what all have I done? I've done inks for 2 different covers, and I've done inks for issue 52 of Sonic Universe. And now I am working on pencils after being on inking duty for so long. Which, I like both. I have a lot of fun with doing inking and pencils. If I had to choose one that I like better, oh, that's kind of hard to choose though, because there's things that I like about doing pencils and things that I like about doing inks. One thing that I like a lot about pencils is the fact that I can have a bit more control over how a page is laid out, and I get to use my own art style instead of inking somebody else's art. But with inking, I also like inking other people's art. I think that, well, one, it's good practice, because if I land a job in the industry one day, that would be something that I would like to do. Pencils as well, but inking is like sort of a bigger push. But I like inking because you don't really have to think about it too much. You just sort of do it. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, you know, the lines are already there. You just have to fill them in, and like, if there's any hatching, you add the hatching in and stuff like that. Let's see. I don't like his head facing that direction. So, if y'all haven't already guessed, it's Marine. And then, I'm gonna look at the script real quick and see exactly what his face is doing. Okay. I think, okay. I'm gonna have him exhausted. Hold on. I need to go back into my references. Let's see. Sorry, I'm getting a reference together. Okay. Alright, so that's not gonna work. I have to change this up. There we go. Okay. That works. And then just do that. Okay. Actually, gotta move that hand a little bit. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Another thing that I really like about pencils is that it's a lot of problem solving. When you're formatting a page like this and you're laying down the character designs, and especially whenever you have a lot of characters in a scene, you want to make sure that you're not leaving any details out, and that you can clearly see what each character is doing. So, in this scene, there's 6 characters in the back of this little, what do you call it? Like a shuttle sort of thing. So for each character, I try to one, take into account their personality and what they're doing in the scene, but also make sure that, if there's not any dialogue, if they're not doing anything specifically, that you can still see what their character is. You can still, get what their personality is. And it's not just characters sitting there, not doing anything. There should always be some sort of maybe not action, active movement or anything, but they should have personality, and they should look like they're not just characters placed in the scene just to be in a scene, They should all have something that they're doing. Whether it be, in Marine's case, just being super excited and trying to get approval from the other characters in the scene. But in this guy's case, just being annoyed and tired and not wanting to be there. So, pushing that emotion just in body language. And that's something I really like about pushing myself to do in pencils whenever I work on comic pages, because That way, um, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen any comic pages that don't really have a lot of life to them. Like, there is, if especially if there's like a lot of characters in a scene and they're all just standing there, like that can be really boring, and that it doesn't keep the viewer's interest. So, you know, I think every comic person's goal, especially in a big page like this is a big establishing shot. There's a lot going on, a lot to look at. The goal is to get the reader to stay on a page and look at what is laid out for as long as possible. Put enough interest in there so that they're not getting bored looking at a page. If there's not a lot going on, they're not going to be engaged, and they're not going to be interested in the story. So, you know, part of that, you know, I was focusing so much on the city inside the bubble, and part of the reason for that is because, you know, if I just put a bunch of, like, you know, blocky shapes around, it's not going to keep the viewer's interest. People are going to look at it for, you know, a split second and not really, you know, absorb the information. They're just going to look at it and be like, okay, well, there's a bunch of blocks there. I get it's supposed to be a city, but, like, there's not a whole lot going on. You know what I mean? So, I really try to push myself. And, you know, I haven't been able to do a lot of this on this issue because a lot of the environments so far have not been, there haven't been, like, a lot of buildings, I guess. Like, but not that there hasn't been environments. Like, there's a lot of environmental scenes and stuff. But, like, a lot of it is, like, landscapes or exteriors without buildings and stuff like that. And I really want to push myself to draw those kinds of scenes more, because I know that that's something that I need to work on. Don't want him to look. I'm really trying to push the, like, exacerbated. Maybe I'll have his lids, like, yeah. Like, I am just done. I don't want to listen to this little raccoon talk anymore. And this is definitely going to have to be cleaned up some more. I'm just trying to get the characters down. Cool. Okay. But yeah, I always try to look for something in a page to really push myself on, whether it be, you know, characters, you know, their expressions, whether it be environments. You know, I'm always looking for something that I can do to make a scene be that much better. Because if there's anything that I hate about comics, it's whenever a page is just not well done and it confuses the reader. Like, at SCAD, we've done a lot of, like, studying comics in my department where, you know, it not just, like, you know, reading comics and, like, because not that reading comics isn't, like, a good way to study, because the more comics you see, the more different types of page layouts and stuff like that. Getting exposed to comics is a good way to practice what you're doing. But a lot of the lectures that I do in class with my professors and my peers and stuff, a lot of them are like, or at least some that I've done before, are like critiquing comic pages from, like, actual comics and stuff. So, like, for example, there was a comic, I think it was like Miraculous Ladybug or something. It was through Scholastic. And we looked at a bunch of pages from this issue of, like, a Miraculous Ladybug comic. And it was really bad. Like it was confusing. You could not tell what was going on in the scene, cuz like it was like this evil character trying to like possess another character, like a kid or something, a hockey player. And the way he possessed them was like he had these like magical butterflies or something. This is probably like making no sense, but there was like this butterfly and it like flew down onto this character, and it was supposed to like be mind control, and like the guy was like telling him like go cause havoc or something, I don't know. But like in the very next page, this kid transforms into like this whole other character. Like his skin tone changes to purple, and like he's got this new hockey outfit on, but they don't even show like a transformation scene, or like they don't show that anything is different. And it's like how is a kid gonna understand, like especially in kids comics, how's a kid gonna be able to read that and understand what's going on? Like, you have to make, whenever you're doing pages, you have to make it clear to read and clear to understand. And a lot of that, you know, when it comes to cartoony stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog, a lot of that comes down to silhouette. If you can't clearly see what a character is doing in a scene, if his limbs are like all on top of each other and like you can't really see what is going on, like it's gonna be hard to read. So it's best whenever you're, especially when you're doing like action scenes or something, it's best to have the characters like just clearly visible. That's why Sonic's silhouette is so recognizable and so successful, is because, you know, his spikes are like you look at that and that's like, oh, that's Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, you do something simple as that and it looks great. Whereas like a character like Mario, I feel doesn't have as easy a silhouette, because like you look at that, I mean, like when I'm talking silhouette, I mean like whenever it's like completely covered in black. So like this is essentially Mario's silhouette, and the only way you can really make it more recognizable if you add his nose and mustache. So, in my opinion, Sonic has a better silhouette than Mario, because Mario isn't as clearly visible if he's all blacked out. So, yeah, I always try to push myself to have, you know, clearly readable characters. That's the first thing. But from there, you know, is the scene readable? Can you see what's going on in the environment? Like, the environments are just as important as the characters, because you can draw all the Sonic characters and, actually, I'm just going to completely redo this. You can draw all the Sonic characters and be good at drawing Sonic, but if you can't place them into an environment, it makes it harder for something like that to be believable. So you have to be able to, you know, have, you know, basic understandings of perspective is kind of a must, because otherwise, it won't be a believable scene. So like if this transport pod needs to be worked on a little bit, the perspective is a little bit off on it. I'm trying to do like a sort of an aerial down shot. It's not exactly like completely like a directly down shot, but it's like looking down on the characters essentially. But the back is a little bit wonky. I'm going to work on that whenever I clean it up. But the more believable the environment, the more interesting a scene is going to be. Because then the readers will be like, oh, like, I can see what's going on in the scene. I can see, where the characters are, because, if your perspective is off, it's going to make it a little bit difficult to really place the characters, if that makes sense. Like, understand where they are in the scene, because if your perspective isn't accurate, it'll confuse the readers. They won't be able to be like, oh, like, where, if something's angled up but the characters are placed opposite of that, that's going to confuse the reader, and they're not going to. And there's some exceptions to that. Like, I mean, like, when you're doing, like, I guess, like, foreshortening and stuff like that, like, it'll be different depending on how you format a page. But, just in general, that's something that needs to be, like, accounted for. Accidentally used the eraser. I don't know how to make this guy's expression. That should be good for now. I need to go back and... Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna make this a little higher, because he's really short. I love drawing this guy specifically. He has been so fun to draw this whole comic. And I can't wait for the readers to be able to... And I'm gonna have his feet, like... Because he's so short, he can't even get, like... Oh, that's funny. Okay. This whole comic so far, this issue, to where I am right now, has been really fun. The characters have great interactions with each other. And I'm really excited to get further along in the issue, because there's some scenes that look like they're going to be really fun to lay out. So I'm excited about that. Okay, this is coming along. Alright, cool. Now, I need to work on this. So, the city's gonna be a bit disheveled. Like, parts of it are falling apart. So I already laid out, like, some of the lines for the buildings, but I'm gonna go in and demolish some of it. Make it look like it's falling apart. Also, if you guys have any, like, questions that you want to ask me, whether it be about, like, this comic issue specifically, or anything else about, like, Archie Sonic Online, or just something about me. Like if you want to know about like my process or stuff like that, don't be afraid to like send a message in the chat, because I'm still trying to keep up with chat. And I'm also going to apologize because I know that the chat isn't showing up on the side of the screen, like over here. I know that it's not showing up over there. And that's because I'm streaming on this account rather than my main. So I can't do anything about that unless I were to like log into the account. But I'm just using the stream key. So does this have any other lines? I feel like this building, because in this reference, hold on. There's gotta be more. Yeah, I knew that there were more lines. I was like, this can't just be like one panel. Needs to be closer in. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put those lines in and then I'm going to destroy them. I need to get better at drawing rubble. gonna make these windows. This is super tedious. I hate drawing windows. Okay, is that the last one? Yeah. Nope. I don't know why I missed those lines. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Still need lines on this side though. I don't know how I missed those. But I'm gonna be smart and just do it this way. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to put cracked glass. This is starting to look better. It still needs work though. Did you just wake up, Paprika? I don't know if y'all heard, but my cat just meowed. Hi, baby. You sleepy? You look sleepy. She's my working buddy. Yes, this is Blaze, but this isn't Silver. This is Onux. I think that's how you say his name. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. I'm reading your message. Let's see. I do think that this needs to have a support pole. Or at least 2. So it's gonna go there. There we go. What are you doing, Paprika? My cat is like walking. This is Mobius. I think that's how you say it. Yes, this is Lantinopolis. Trying to see what else I can do to make this look more destroyed. Looks pretty good right now, though. Maybe have more busted, broken stuff right here. What are you doing, Pap? My cat is on my windowsill in front of me, playing with the blinds. Because if I'm not paying attention to her when she wants, that's not good. And so she has to mess with my stuff to make sure that I know that she wants attention. Isn't that right? I think I should have some stuff broken up here, too. I don't know how I would do that, though. Maybe like this. That looks good. Ah! I don't know if you heard her just then, but she just screamed. Here, I'm gonna pick her up. I'm gonna take a little break. Come here, baby. Come say hi to everybody. Say hi. Meow. You're sweet. Alright, go play. Go play. Yeah, I kind of have a habit of naming my pets after either food or spices. Paprika is my cat. Like, she's my cat who lives with me here in Savannah, but I have family back home in Texas who we have more animals, and growing up I named a few of them. So we have our oldest cat. She's like, I want to say, I think she's like 11 or 12 this year. But her name is Oatmeal. And I got her whenever I was in 4th grade. And then we have another cat named Chamomile, who, I found her on the side of the road. She looked like she was dumped there, like freshly dumped, because she was sitting on the curb like she didn't know what to do. And there were no other, it was her and like one other cat, but we ended up giving that cat to a family friend. But it was that cat and her, and they were just sitting like on the curb, like they had just been dumped there. And they looked like, they weren't scared, but they were like, I don't belong here. I don't know where I am. Like, it was really sad. I want to say they were like 3-4 months old. So like, obviously, like, somebody was taking care of them at to that point, because they weren't like, they were in pretty good shape. Like, they didn't even have any any like worms or anything, like anything you would expect from like a cat that you found as a stray. Um, they didn't have anything wrong with them, so it really did look like somebody like just didn't want them and just dumped them there, which is kind of sad. Um, but one of them's mine now, or well, my family's, and then the other cat lives with a family friend. Um, so there's a happy story to that. But I do have a habit of naming my pets after food or spices. And Paprika, she's really cute. She's an orange and white cat. So, and when I got her, she was like a kitten. She was like maybe 3 months old at best. She was like, she's super feisty. Like, she has a bad attitude and she's kind of mean. She's not really mean to me, but she's mean to other people who she doesn't really trust. She's just kind of ornery. Like, she does her own thing. And so I thought like giving her like a spicy name would be really cute and like fit her personality. So yeah, I named her Paprika. Yeah, it's really sad that I really don't get like why people would just leave an animal like out in the wild. I mean, it really wasn't the wild. It was like a suburban area, but still, like, I don't understand why people would do that. Like, why don't you just take it to a shelter? Like, I know shelters aren't like the best, but at least where I live, like, we have wild animals. Like, we have coyotes out where I live. And we used to have indoor outdoor cats, but we don't do that anymore because we used to have a cat who we're pretty sure was like eaten by a coyote or something, because he just never came home one day and we never found out what happened to him, and he was just gone. And obviously, like, somebody could have taken him, like, that can happen, but we had neighbors that like he would go and hang out with and stuff. Like, he would go over to our neighbor's house and like they would feed him too. So like, if he was taken, like, we would have known, I guess, because we had other people in the neighborhood who knew about him. But we also have wild animals that will eat animals, like small animals. So we don't do that anymore. I've always been sort of opposed to it, but I was also like really young when it happened, so I didn't really like have a voice about it. But all of our animals are indoor now. But yeah, I don't get why people would do that, especially where I live, because it's just like, you're just asking for that animal to get hurt. I'm sorry, Mysterious. I hope that your power doesn't go out. We don't really get like bad storms out in, at least like in my area of Texas and here in Savannah. We do get hurricanes though. We've had a good share of bad hurricanes, but usually, like, we have had one tornado come through my neighborhood, but I really wouldn't even call it a tornado. It was more like, I don't know, because yeah, it damaged like a few people's roofs, but when I think of tornadoes, I think of like, tornadoes that like tear everything up and like take stuff away. Not like just wind damage. But regardless, I hope that you stay safe and that your power doesn't go out. I think this panel is done. Maybe I should add more damage to this building. I don't know. I think I will. I'll do something in the corner here. Paprika, what are you crying for? we've always had like really bad storms. Cause I'm from Houston, so I'm right next to the Gulf of Mexico, pretty much, and we've had our fair share of hurricanes. The youngest, well, the furthest back hurricane that I can remember is Hurricane Ike, because that was the one that we actually had to evacuate for. But we've had tons. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Go away. No! We had to evacuate for Ike, because that was, I don't remember what category it was, but it was pretty bad. Like, it tore up a lot of, like, houses and stuff like that. Boats. Galveston was really bad. Galveston got hit pretty bad with it. I can imagine. I used to do, like, tornado drills in school. Like, in grade school and stuff. But it was just like a formality, because we don't get tornadoes. We get hurricanes. Those are the thing that we have to worry about, really. I don't like how straight these are. I'm going to angle them. But tornadoes are still really scary. Like, I've seen videos and stuff of people who are, like, stuck in buildings and stuff while a tornado is passing through, and it's terrifying. And, like, it's super loud. Like, the wind just, like, rattles everything. I saw this creepy video of, like, a hotel, I guess, that was, like, a tornado was passing through, and it, like, blew out all the windows, and it just, like, the wind howling through the building was, like, terrifying. It sounded like a ghost. So yeah, I'm glad that I never have to deal with that, but I can imagine for people who, you know, live in the, what's it called? Is tornado belt or something? I can imagine that it's pretty terrifying to deal with. I couldn't imagine, like, being stuck in something like that. Alright, I'm gonna stop messing with that panel, and I'm gonna go over to a different one, because stuff needs to get done, so Paprika, I'm trying to work here. You can't get out from under there. Come on. She wants me to play with her so bad. It's like, I'm sorry, baby. I gotta work. She doesn't understand. She doesn't get capitalism. She doesn't understand anything. Your brain is so small. Get out from under there. Oh god, she's gonna, like, get out. Come on. She's, like, crawling under my cords. Okay. I really don't want to have to kick you out of my room. Here, I'll throw your little toy. There, go get it. She just stared at it. I don't know what you want, baby. No, you can't go under here. Don't bite my ankle. That's not nice. I really need to get a webcam so that y'all can see how crazy she is. No, I don't want you back there. Come on. Go. Shoo. Shoo. Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. That's even scarier than, like, dealing with hurricanes, because the worst that you can, Well, I say that, but like there have been people like caught in hurricanes. We've just never dealt with any like bad flooding, I guess, like stuff getting into the house. But you see videos like I think about like Hurricane Katrina and how that like tore up New Orleans. Um, and like it tears up where we live too, but we've been very thankful. Like whenever we had, I don't know if y'all remember, what was it, Hurricane Harvey. That was the worst hurricane that I've ever seen, and we didn't even evacuate. We had to stay where we were because um, we didn't even know where to go because it traveled up from the tail of Texas. It hit Corpus Christi first, and then it traveled up to Houston, and it hovered over the city for like 3 days, and it poured down a year's worth of rain in 3 days. I mean, like it felt like the world was ending because there was so much rain, and we were so lucky that we did not have any flooding in our house. The water came up pretty much to our front door almost. And we were really worried because we live on our street. The street sort of dips down a little bit where our house is, and then it goes back up. So anytime it would rain a lot or we would get hurricanes, it would always flood like in front of our house a little bit. It would be like this giant puddle in the street. Like a kind of like a mini pond, I guess. Right where our house is. And so we were so scared that we were going to get water in the house and have it get in the furniture and stuff like that. And it was super scary because it was coming in from all sides. It was coming in from the front and the back. Like, it was flooding up into the backyard, too. So we did end up, like, putting all of our furniture on top of... oops. Didn't mean to do that. We put all of our furniture up on, like, tables and... tried to get everything off the ground as best we could, but thankfully, like, we didn't have to worry about it too much because water never did get into the house. But there were people, like, a couple of streets down who did get flooding. And there were people... Thankfully, our city wasn't the worst, like, our portion of Houston, but, about, like, 20 minutes away from us is a city called Dickinson, and, that city was basically destroyed. Like my mom she grew up in that neighborhood, and she went to her childhood home, and they got like 2 feet of water in their house, and there were some people who got like 5 feet of water. I had a friend who got caught in the storm who Paprika, get out from under there. Shoo, don't bite me, that's not nice. Go. I had a friend who she was driving on I-45, which is our main highway to get into downtown Houston, and she got stuck in the water. Like, the water started pouring into her car. And Paprika, oh my god. All right. Give me a sec. I need to discipline my child. I'll be right back, and I'll finish this story. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. But yeah, my friend got caught in the water, and she had to, like, she lost her car, like, because it just all came into the car, and thankfully she got out, but, like, it was super scary. She like, yeah, it was just bad. Um, Music I listen to. I listen to a lot of stuff. I hate being like that basic person who only says like I listen to everything but country, but it's really true. Like I I'll entertain pretty much anything as long as it's not like I can't stand country music. It drives me insane. Um I could give you like a handful of favorite bands that I like. Lately I've been listening to a lot of The Neighborhood and what other bands do I listen to? My favorite band is City and Color, which is sort of like an indie, almost folk music. No, I wouldn't say folk. It's a bit more like I don't really know how to describe it. Yeah, it's indie music, but that's my favorite band. Technically, it's like one person, but that's my favorite band. And then I listen to, I already said The Neighborhood, but I also listen to like Paramore. Trying to think of like other stuff. I used to be okay. Here's a confession for you. I used to be an emo kid. Whenever I was younger, I listened to emo music like all the time, and I still listen to it because it's good, but also like it's really nostalgic, and there's a few bands that I really like A Day to Remember is like one of my favorites. And I like listening to a lot of pop rock and stuff like that too. Like Fall Out Boy, Panic at the Disco, trying to think of some other ones. But I listen to a lot of music. Like, I mean, I sort of listen to music depending on what mood I'm in and, what I'm doing. Like, if I'm working, I like to have something like this, like lo-fi. It also sort of depends, like, because if I'm working on, like, I like working, like, if I'm doing, like, video game stuff, like, if I'm working on fan art, like, say I'm doing Sonic the Hedgehog, I like to listen to soundtracks of, video game music and stuff like that to go with it, because it puts me in the mood to draw that stuff, but also it's topical, and it connects to what I'm drawing, so, like, yeah. But again, like, I'll really listen to anything. I like a lot of different music. I don't think I've ever heard of Jack Stauber. What kind of music does he make? I'll have to check that out, because, again, like, I will listen to pretty much anything. I feel like I'm actually gonna erase this. I don't like this here, and if I put that there, I'm gonna have to put all the characters in it, and it's gonna block. It's all gonna be blocked with the dialogue anyways, so. I'll have to check him out. Again, like, I will listen to, like, anything. As long as it's not, like... And by country music, like, there's some country music I will listen to, but I don't like... When I think of country music, like, you have to remember, I'm from Texas, so, like, country music is all I hear. And, like, my mom is, like, obsessed with it. That's, like, the only music she listens to. So, like, it's a lot, and I don't want to listen to it all the time. Um, but I guess if you're talking about like favorite genres and stuff, it would be like pop rock, indie pop, alternative. Um, I don't want to say I don't like classical, but I have to be like in a mood to listen to classical music. And usually that's only whenever I'm like studying or something. Because I like something with a bit more of like a beat to it and more of like a bit more exciting. Um, I don't think I've heard of any of those artists either. I really need to like sort of expand um my musical palette, if you will. Um, I get in a habit of like listening to the same stuff over and over again. Because a lot of times I'm busy. Like, either I'll be like. Lately, like this past year, I've gotten into the habit of like either listening to video game playthroughs in the background of what I'm doing, or like speed runs, like video game stuff. I've been like um, really focused on doing stuff like that, and I haven't really listened to a whole lot of music the last couple of months. Which, I should get back into it. It's just I sort of get in the habit of doing something, and then like I don't really, I get in the rhythm of it and don't really change my patterns, and then like I just don't try anything new for a bit, and it's like I should. I haven't seen any like playthroughs or I guess previews of that, but I have seen it floating around on Twitter. I have I think I saw like an animation test or something done by somebody. I forget what their name was or what it was, but it was like a finishing screen for Sonic. Like they did like a really cool animation, super fluid and well done of like a victory pose for Sonic after he like cleared a mission. And but I do need to like look into that. There's been a lot of like really cool looking Sonic games, like fan Sonic games and stuff in the works. Um yeah, as for the music, like just all country just sort of sounds the same to me. Like there's some that sounds a little bit different, but a lot of times it's just like the kind of country music I think about, like, is just the sort of like, ooh, I have a tractor, I have a woman, like stuff like that. I don't know. It just that does not appeal to me whatsoever. I love Super Mega. I watch Super Mega like all the time. I think they're hilarious. Matt and Ryan, just love those two. I also like to watch Game Grumps, but I mainly watch like Super Mega or I watch a lot of like speed running history. Like I watch this guy called I'm not sure what like his name is, but his channel is called Summoning Salt. And he goes through like a bunch of like the history of speed running for a bunch of different games, and he's not the only channel that does it. He's just, I really like the style of his videos, and he's like one of the people that sort of popularized that sort of thing, I guess. Maybe he wasn't like the first, but like he gets the way that he like edits his videos and like formats the what do you call it? Just I don't know. I just really like the editing for it. Yes, their Animal Crossing gameplay was so good. Um when they deleted what was it, Justin's file? Oh my god. I would have cried if that happened to me. I don't know what I would do. That's so sad. I also really like their a lot of their one-offs are really funny. Like they did I think it's a one-off at least. Their I think it's called like Funny Animal Racing or something. It's like that really badly rendered 3D racing game. The Game Grumps did an episode of it. I thought that one was hilarious. And I really like how both they and the Game Grumps are doing like longer Let's Plays and stuff. Like they're not doing just because Game Grumps old format was like 10-minute long episodes, but now they're doing like hour-long episode and like posting one pretty much like once every day, I think, but like longer episodes. So you're not getting as many episodes, but the content of the episodes is longer. So I really like that format because I tend to like having stuff playing in the background of whatever I'm doing and just sort of listening, not actively paying attention, just looking up every once in a while. Really good for doing stuff like this. Whenever I'm working on comic pages or doing stuff for school, like it's a good thing to have on in the background. I love that the Game Grumps have like God, like they have so many like different Sonic games that they play. And it makes me so happy because a lot of them I don't know if going into Sonic game discourse is going to be a problem, but like a lot of the games are just, they don't live up to modern times. Like, I think about, like, Sonic Heroes, and, like, I never personally played that game growing up. I only ever played, Sonic Adventure 2, because that was the only game that I had. But, watching them play the Sonic Heroes game, and watching Aaron, like, die so many times was so funny, like... And I know people always are, like, saying, like, oh, Aaron's bad at video games. But, like, I genuinely think, like, it's a combination of that. But also, like, just... It doesn't look like it controls well. And maybe it's because it's a port. It's like a GameCube port or something. But it was so funny. So funny. What are some channels that you guys like to watch? What sort of things do y'all like? Because I'm always looking for new content to dive in on. I don't always have time to like watch like stuff that I have to actively pay attention to really like understand. Like, I like listening to the speedrunning history stuff, but a lot of times, you have to, like, watch and listen to what they're saying to, like, understand, I guess, what the what's the word? Like what I can't think of the word. I don't know. You have to listen to them to really understand what's going on sometimes. And it's just difficult whenever you're like trying to multitask and do stuff. Oh my god, yes, the Sonic covers. Oh my gosh, with like all the now I'm thinking of the one like Ken Penders page they looked at with like I want to say it was like Laura Sue or something, like, and she was like gasping or I don't know, like it's so funny, so funny. And what makes it even funnier is the fact that, you know, they're not like accustomed to, like, they didn't, I'm pretty sure, you know, obviously not Danny, but Aaron definitely didn't, like, I don't think Aaron followed the comics whatsoever. So, like, seeing his reactions to, like, seeing those pages for the first time, not knowing what was going on, just, I think it's hilarious. I don't know if you can hear, but my cat is, like, crying outside my door. I'm gonna get up real quick and let her back in, because she's sad. Come here, baby. Come on, Dad. Where are you? I heard you crying. Come here. Alright, well, you just got to let yourself back in. Yeah? Come on. I'm gonna leave the door open for you. Alright, I'm back. Hi! Did you finally decide to come back? Did you need a timeout and now you're happy? I'm so glad that my software is working this time around, because the last time that I streamed, I was having so much trouble trying to keep the software working. Because I'm using this thing, it's another piece of software called APowerSoft, and what it does is it mirrors my iPad onto my PC, like through another window. And then what I can do is through Streamlabs, can you stop? Now she's causing trouble again. Through Streamlabs, I set it to another window, and then I stream using that window. But last time that I was streaming, like, it kept on, like, disconnecting and having so many problems. And I'm so glad that it's not doing that now, because I was having so many problems with it. It disconnected, like, it must have been, like, 6 or 7 times while I was streaming. It was ridiculous. And I had to, like, keep resetting the program and, like, reconnecting my Wi-Fi and stuff. It was bad. Oh my god. What are you doing, Paprika? She's, like, shoving her head under my nightstand. What are you doing? What are you doing, baby? Hi. I need to figure out what to do with this floor. My go-to is always just putting like rocks and rubble, but it'd be nice to have like other textures and stuff here too. Baby, you can't go under there. No, ma'am. No, that doesn't mean you can bite my shoe. No. Come here. Meh. Paprika. I don't know why you can't just play with your other toys. You gotta be all up in my business. Don't bite me. That's mean. No. Paprika. Stop it. I don't want to have to put you back outside. I'd like you to just be in here and chill with me. Why can't you be a normal cat? No, I don't want you under there. Meh. I need to go back and look at these references. No. No, man. No. You're just looking for trouble, huh? Oh my god, get out from under there. Stop. I'm gonna keep spraying you. Get out from under there! Oh my god. She's like completely under this bar under my desk. You're gonna get stuck and I'm not gonna help you out. You have to figure out how to get yourself out. Okay, this looks better. I just didn't like how straight on this was before, so this looks a lot better. Okay. I think that works. Just gonna have to adjust his feet a little bit so it looks more like it's aerial shot. That looks a little bit better. Sorry. My hair is like in my face. Okay. I want this more angled. Another thing that I do to help ground characters in a scene is I always try to have these little lines by their feet. Like little shadow lines. Because... And notice how this is going like perpendicular. Like all of my lines are going perpendicular to the lines for the little shuttle tube. Because that helps establish the ground plane. And it makes it easier to see what angle we're looking down at them from. And I'm probably going to have to adjust. Get out! Go! Shoo! I'm probably going to have to adjust the angle that she's sitting on this as well. Because this does not align with the ground plane. So I may have to make it a bit more of a down shot. And I need to figure out exactly what shape she's sitting on. So I'm gonna look back at the script to make sure I've got this right. Okay. So I think I'm gonna make this a ledge. Because that makes the most sense. I think this looks good. I think that I have a little bit more that needs to be done, including the background of panel 1. But I wanted to work my way up to that anyways, because once I have the characters laid down, then it's a little bit easier to clean stuff up and put stuff in context. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. This is the brush that needs to go down. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like it. I'm happy with it so far, but it's still, there's a lot more that needs to get done. Still, with where it's at, I think that it's readable. I think that the environments are okay. There. I think that looks a lot better. Ah. think I like that. I think I'm just going to straighten this out a little bit. Alright, now I have to decide how I want the sky to look. Alright, how am I going to do this? Let's see. Hmm. It's getting there, but I don't know. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Well, now I just have to tackle this page. Alright, this thing needs some work. First of all, this needs to be... needs a curve to it. Yeah. I don't know how I mess up my perspective so much. I'll like put a line that's like curved in one direction. It's like it should be curved the opposite way, and then I'm looking at it for so long and I'm trying to figure out, why does it not look right? And I'm like, oh, it's like the simplest fix. All right, well, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed yourself while you were here. Okay. If this was a bit more curved, it would be easier, but it's so hard to figure out. And there's not like a clear back reference for this transport pod, so I'm having so much trouble trying to figure out, okay, well, what can I put in place? I might just end up, like, curving it, because this is a lot to, like... Yeah, I'm just gonna curve it and make it flat at the top. Because this is too much. Having it shaped like this is, like, too difficult. My cat is so sweet. She went and laid down in her little kitty bed. She's like so sweet. Oh no. Somebody, SSLAXX, Slacks, I guess. They said that they were calling it a night. I was just saying goodbye to him. Or her, or them. I don't know what their pronouns are. Yeah, no, I'm still gonna be streaming for a bit. I don't know when I'll end the stream, but um, I still have a lot of kick left in me, so. I just need to figure out what to put on the back of this damn thing. I wish that there were better references for this. Yeah, I think that looks okay. This is so time consuming. Ah! Not what I wanted. No. I don't know how to feel about those, but whatever. Depending on uh, how long this page takes to finish and how I'm feeling once it is finished, I may or may not work on another page. But I'm undecided right now, so for now I'm just working on finishing this page. But if I'm not tired and I still want to keep going and y'all are interested, I may work on another page as well. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and make this all black. That way it's easier to see anyways. Usually whenever I clean up pages, I do a new layer, but I cleaned up enough on this that I can just keep going on this one layer, so. Plus, I'm sure it's kind of difficult to see whenever it's all gray, so. I need... I may take a little, like, short break in a little bit to make some food or order something, because I had some food earlier before I started streaming, but I'm starting to get hungry again. And I don't know. I could snack on stuff, but it'd probably be better if I had, like, an actual meal. So, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'll do it in a little bit. Right now, I want to focus on this page. Actually, I am going to do this on another layer. Um, Favorite Archie IDW character? That is tough. See, because I didn't grow up with the Archie comics. I grew up with just the Sonic games. But, I did see, like, pictures of characters online. So, if we're talking Archie specifically, probably Scourge, because, and I never read him in the comics. Again, like, I didn't read the comics when I was younger. I didn't know about them, and I didn't know anything about how to, like, find comics online anyways. But I did draw him, like, a lot. I drew him all the time, and I don't know. I just thought he was neat. I thought he was, because he's supposed to be, like, anti-Sonic, but, like, I don't know. He's cool, and, like, he's evil and whatever. Now, if we're talking IDW, that I do keep up with. I love the IDW comics, and, my favorite would probably be Tangle. I love Tangle. I think that her design is so cute, and So fun. Um, but yeah, her and Whisper, both of them are my favorites probably. I just think they're neat. What about you? What's your favorite? I love Tangle. She's so cute. I love the Zombot arc that's going on in IDW right now. Well, I guess it's ended, but like I don't know. I just think that it's really good. I like Antoine. I think that he's funny. Um, now that I'm like an adult and can like I know how to find comics online and stuff. Um, I've read some of the comics. Like I'm trying to start from like the very first comics. Uh, and the early comics with him, I think he's so funny, and I think that he nobody really takes him seriously that much, but I don't know. I think he's cool. If there's one character I don't like, it'd probably be Boomer. I don't know. I think he's kind of flat for a character, kind of boring. I kind of like how long they did the Zombot arc because I don't know, it just the way that everyone was getting infected and stuff. Like it added some stakes to it, I guess, and like it made things like really put into perspective. Like I know that there's an arc in the what's it called in the Archie comics that Sonic was defeated by Eggman, and like the stakes were really high there, and like I think that sort of thing, Sonic should be knocked down. He should be challenged like that. I think that it's good because that's what happens in the games. Like in the beginning of Unleashed, that's what happens. Like he's on the top with Eggman. He goes super, but then Eggman like pulls this wild card out of nowhere, and I don't know. I think that needs to be. I think that should be explored a bit more. I like the idea of Sonic, because I don't know. Whenever Sonic's like just overpowered and like, because that's what I noticed with a lot of the early stuff in the Archie comics is that Sonic's really, really powerful, and like he always has the upper hand, and always ends up like defeating Eggman, and I don't know. I like whenever like there's more stakes involved and stuff. As for Boomer, like yeah, I don't have a problem with his. I like the design for Boomer actually. Like I think that it's a good design, but just character wise, like personality and like whatever, he's just kind of boring. He's bland and like he doesn't. I wish he would do more. I love Tangle. I think that she's so cute. I love that she's like, I don't know, like she's just different from the other girl characters. Like it's been so long since we have had like a strong girl character like her, who like, like she's the hero of her town sort of, and like she's not the best. Like she's not as experienced as Sonic, but like she's still like she's got the same spirit as Sonic, and like it's been so long since there's been like a girl character like that in the Sonic franchise. Cause like you could consider Sally, like yeah, like Sally is a strong female character, but like I also have a few problems with how she's written. Like I do think that, especially in the earlier stuff, I think that it kind of pushes it a little too hard, or it tries really hard to. I don't know how to describe it. Like it doesn't feel genuine sometimes. And I know that some of the writing gets better once you get past like the earlier stuff, because like the earlier comics, before there was like, storylines and plots and stuff, and it was just sort of like a, defeat Eggman this week, what's gonna happen this week storyline. I didn't think she was just sort of like the token, like, oh, I'm a girl and like I have girl power and stuff like that, and I hate that. Like, she could be so much more than that. Like she's a princess, but like she's this badass freedom fighter who, like she fights alongside Sonic and like does all this and like doesn't need anybody to do anything else for her, because she can handle herself. And like I some of the writing for her like sort of misses the mark in that sense. I still love her as a character though. I think that she's a good character regardless of, some writing here and there. I'm around like issues 50 in like the general, like I haven't read up to like Sonic Universes or anything like that. Like I still have like a lot of the early issues that I need to get through. I just haven't had a whole lot of time to dedicate to it, because I'm so busy with school and like doing stuff for this, and I only have so much free time available that I can spend, and no, that doesn't go there. Hold on. There we go. Okay. But yeah, like I still have a little bit more to go through, but I'm still pretty behind in terms of like the comics and stuff. And that's my thing. Like I don't want to have to skip ahead to read stuff, but a lot of the stuff up to like the earlier stuff is really slow paced in my opinion. Like I think that it's just sort of hard to like keep focus on what's going on, because like I don't really know how to describe it. It's just the style of comics back in like the 80s and 90s is so different from how it is like in the 2000s and like 2010s and stuff like that. Like I think that the writing is it's a little bit more like, I think part of it is because a lot of the writing was trying to emulate like superhero stuff, and I don't think, while Sonic is like a hero, he's not written like a superhero, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making any sense, but like I think that the writing is just a little bit weird, and so it's difficult for me to keep pace with it. And also there's a lot of like slang and stuff that like throws me off guard. But yeah. 'Cause, like, I think once Tracy Yardley joined the team, is when things, like, really got super interesting. I don't know. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to do with the script, but, like, I think his art style really, like, he's really good at, like, following a script. And, like, his art just, like, he's really good at, like, showing, like, character emotion and stuff like that. And I just, super talented. And I see all these cool things that happen in like, later in the comics and stuff. Like, you know, everything with Scourge and whatnot. Like, and I know a lot of it was whenever Ian Flynn started doing a lot of some of the writing. Though I know that that's, like, I don't know, like, I just feel so behind, because, like, I never, like, I just have so much catching up that I have to do. Like, there's, you know, this was, like, the longest running comic in American history. So, like, there's so much to go through, and, like, I don't want to miss too much, but also, like, there's so much filler. How long have you been following the comics? Because I've only just now, I guess you could say within, like, the past, like, year and a half, started, like, really diving into it. But again, like, I never, the only thing I grew up with was, like, seeing Google pictures back in, like, 2009 of some of the characters and just being like, oh, that's cool. Never read any of the comics. And I know this is, like, a super cherished franchise. Like, I really don't want to, like, dive into the discourse of, like, why everything went down the way it did. But, like, just, I know that people were devastated whenever it was canceled. And, it just makes me kind of sad that, like, I didn't join whenever it was at its height, I guess. And it if there's any, like, saving grace, it's the fact that there's projects like these that really bring it back into the forefront and honor the legacy. Because, you know, despite all of the drama and chaos of, like, you know, when everything went down and why it was canceled in the first place, like, you know, there's still a dedicated fan base. And, you know, regardless of any opinions that people have about what happened, like, this was a very cherished franchise, and it makes me glad to see that there's projects like this that keep it going. That's another thing that I need to get into is Sad AM. Is I need to watch that. I tend to have trouble watching anything that's, like, a kids show, even, like, anime and stuff. Like, I've been watching Cardcaptor Sakura in my free time. Because when I was younger, I read, like, 3 issues of the manga. Because it was just, like, it was at the library and it was just there. And I was never, like, super into it, but I thought it looked neat. Like, just like anything that I did whenever I was a kid, I saw it and I was like, cool, I like that. But I don't know, like, pacing with kids shows is so difficult for me because, like, I don't know, I think I have, like, ADHD. I can't pay attention, like, that long to something like that. Because the writing and the acting and stuff is just sort of like, I don't know how to describe. It's just childish. And like, not that that's bad. Like, you know, it's just, it's difficult for me as an adult to maintain focus, and like something will be happening, and then something will distract me or whatever, and like I won't be paying attention. I'll just be like, I'll look up, and then like the show's over. That's something else, like with Shadow. Like, I'm super excited to like read how he's written in Archie, because there's so many complaints about how he's written in the IDW comics, and part of that is just because Sega has like such a stronghold on how he's written. Like, they only want him written a certain way, and it makes it so difficult to really give him any sort of character development and stuff. And Shadow's one of my favorite characters too. Like, if we're talking like games and stuff, Shadow's my favorite character. So like, okay, so IDW's Tangle and Whisper, Archie's is Scourge, and then just in general, Shadow's my favorite. Cause I would binge play Sonic Adventure 2 growing up. And something about those edgy characters, man. Like, I love them. And, so yeah, he was sort of my favorite. But, and, you know, you're fine, like, switching topics and stuff. Like, I like talking about this sort of stuff, so it's perfectly fine. Don't feel bad. Trying to make these rocks look believable. I'm wondering if this is the picture. Oh, no. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god. Seeing him smile. Oh my god, I love him. That's so cute. Sorry, I'm trying to... Okay, there we go. But yeah, like... I don't know. Like, the way... The Shadow that I grew up with... the Shadow that I know is the Shadow from, Sonic Adventure 2. And I know that Sonic Adventure 2 is basically, like, retconned. Because, you know, he was supposed to die at the end of it. But... the fans loved him too much that the writers were like, okay, well, we can't just give him away now. And now he's like a core part of the series. But, even in that, like, he was so, like, just did not show any emotion, did not really, I mean, he did show emotion, but, like, he wasn't, like, it wasn't, like, in that page that you showed me with him smiling and stuff. Like, I like that. I like seeing that. That's like Shadow needs friends. Like, let him be friends with Cream. Cream is so pure. Like, she deserves to, like, melt that ice cold exterior of his. Okay, I'm, like, losing my mind drawing these rocks. I could probably draw some fish in here. I'll do that later. I'll do that after I finish the rocks, because if I add them now... it might look bad. I also really like what Sega's doing with Amy now, and like with IDW too. Because when I was younger, I hated Amy. Because, like, she was like this stereotypical, like, ooh, Sonic, like, I'm in love with you, sort of, like, and I hated that. Like, I am so critical of female characters because, like, you know, like, there's so, when there's bad writing for characters that are girls, like, it just, especially for, like, a kid's franchise, like, I think that there needs to be more examples of, like, strong women and strong girl characters. Um, and just, like, reducing them down to, like, oh, I have a crush on Sonic, like, I'm in love with him, like, just, where her entire personality is just having a crush on Sonic, like, I hated that. I hated it. Like, she had no substance as a character, and, like, it made me so upset. But now, like, you know, she's, like, in charge of the I guess it's not the Freedom Fighters now. It's like the Resistance or something. I forget what it's called in Forces, Sonic Forces, but like, and also like in IDW, like she's in charge of that too. And like, I love that like she's doing something more than just like having a crush on Sonic. And see, like again, like me not growing up with the Archie comics, like a lot of that discourse and stuff just sort of like, I can understand why people would be mad if they grew up with Sally, but at the same time, like, and maybe this makes me biased because I grew up with Amy, but like I don't think it does, because people grew up and loved Sally, but I grew up and hated Amy. Like, I hated Amy, and a lot of the problems I had with Amy, I have with Sally, you know, because it, you know, all of it just comes down to, like, the writing of girl characters. I do think that Sally was written better than Amy, compared to, like, you know, and the examples I have are, like, you know, the games. I grew up with, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Unleashed. And in all those games, Amy was just like, oh, I'm in love with Sonic. And she did nothing else. Nothing of substance. She was just sort of a side character that was there. Meanwhile, Sally, like, you know, she goes on these adventures, you know, she's almost like, the way that she's written in the Archie comics is almost like she, like, overshadows Sonic, if I'm being real. Like, I know that Sonic is supposed to, like, save the day and stuff, and, like, he's supposed to be the focus of it, but like, I don't know, like sometimes it feels like Sally's like the head of the show. But like with Amy, I can understand why people think that Amy's replacing Sally. I can see where they're coming from. I don't agree though. I don't think that, because they're different enough in character, in my opinion at least, that they're not the same. And the reason why I think that is because Sally is she seems a lot more mature, and Amy she's definitely more mature in the IDW comics, but at the same time, like, she's not, like, Sally was never obsessed with Sonic. Sally was never, like, yeah, Sally had crush on him, and, like, they were, like, a couple and stuff, or at least, like, hinted to be, you know, with all the, you know, I think of, like, the 25-year later arc and the early parts of Archie where, you know, they were married and had kids and stuff. But, she was never, like, head over heels, like, desperate for him. If anything, she was more sort of like, you have to earn my respect, and then I'll respect you back. Or, you know, it wasn't like, you know, Amy just sort of, like, throws herself at Sonic. And, I also think that she's a bit more optimistic than Sally. I think Sally is more of, like, a realist in bad situations, whereas Amy, she's always looking on the bright side of things. it's really weird because for me, like, I grew up playing the games and I was like obsessed with Sonic as a kid. And I guess I still kind of am. Sonic is like my favorite franchise of any kind. But at the same time, like, I don't know, like as a kid, I didn't really have a lot of, what's the word? Because I was the girl in the family. Like, I didn't have a lot of video games. And any video games I did have, I borrowed from my brother. And it wasn't until, like, I became an adult or like, late in my teenage years where, like, my parents understood, oh, like, video games are, like, their thing and stuff like that. Like, that I actually started getting, like, my own video games, like, asking for video games and stuff. Whereas, like, before, I just had to share with my brother. And I didn't really have a whole lot of games growing up. But the one game I did have was Sonic Adventure 2. And I would play that religiously, like, all the time. Because it was... My favorite part was, like, the Chow Garden and stuff. Because I got to raise the Chow. And, you got to play as, like, all the different characters and stuff. And the only playable female character in that game was Rouge. Which, having what's the word? Having a character like that be the only female character for, like, a 7-year-old kid isn't really the best representation. Okay, I hate how this looks. I'm just gonna completely redo this. Whereas, like, Amy, like, even though Amy was, like, closer in my age and stuff, and, like, I guess more like my personality. Well, no, Rouge was probably closer to my personality, but, like, Amy was just, like, I just hated her. Like, especially, like, her early characterization was just, like, I'll show you, Sonic, like, completely devoid of personality, like, not her own person. Just drove me insane. I will say, the Sonic community has grown exponentially from back in the day. There is so much more, like, community and discussion and, like, stuff like that. Like, and maybe it was because the part of the internet I was on was different, I guess. Because, like, I mainly, like, focused on YouTube a lot as a kid. I wasn't really on any, like, forum sites or anything, but, like, it definitely seems like nowadays with, like, popularized social media like Twitter and Tumblr and stuff like that, like, there is so much, like, discussion and fan art and stuff like that for Sonic that was not there back in, like, the early 2000s. Yeah, I agree that, there wasn't good female representation whatsoever. And I think that's why, I related a lot to the male characters a lot more. That's why I love Shadow, because I thought Shadow was, like, so much like me as a kid. Because I was, like, I was the different one and, like, just, like, edgy shit like that. If anything, the character, I'm so glad that Tangle exists, because Tangle is literally me. Like, I feel like my personality is Tangle. Just super out there, wanting to help people, but also, like, kind of clumsy. Okay, that looks a lot better. This looks really good now. You know what? I actually have not seen the Sonic movie yet. I hate to say it, but I have not seen it yet. And I really want to. Um, it's so weird because the pandemic hit, like, right whenever the Sonic movie basically was, like, out. Like, whenever it was still at its peak. And I was still in school at the time, so I didn't have time to, like, go out and go see it. And I really wanted to go see it in theaters because the theater experience, I don't know. I love seeing things on the big screen before like I buy a copy of it or whatever. And it's not like I can't just like go to Target or something and get the Blu-ray copy of it, or like order it online, like go on Amazon Prime or something and get it. But like I really need to watch it. I haven't had time. I want to sit down and like it would be really fun if I had like a watch party with some friends or something, or um like being able to stream it or something, but like I don't know. I don't think that's legal. I don't think that you can like stream unless you're doing like a reaction thing to it or something, but even then. But yeah, I really want to see it. Everybody says that it's really good. It's not like, I know it doesn't follow Sonic canon, really. Not that it should, anyways, because it's like a movie adaptation of the franchise, but like, I don't know. I really want to see it. I just haven't had the time to like sit down and watch it. Usually when I watch movies like, uh, something like the Sonic movie that's like, a big fan, sort of like fanfare. It's geared towards fans of the franchise. Like, I still, regardless of how good it is, I still end up like really liking it. Like, for example, like Detective Pikachu. I don't think Detective Pikachu was like a fantastic movie. I thought that the plot was really predictable. I still came out of the theater like loving it. I was raving about it. I thought it was so good. And I know there were so many people that like hated the designs for the Pokemon and stuff and thought that like realistic Jigglypuff was ugly and like, sure, I get that. Not everything's going to look great. Pokemon designs are not, they're cartoony for a reason. Like, but just, for what it was, I thought that it was really good. And I'll probably feel the same way about the Sonic movie whenever I watch it. But, I don't really consider myself, like, able to watch, be it, like, movies or TV shows without, like, I'm not a good film critic. Like, I will watch something and if I enjoy it, I think it's good. Like, and I know that that's not, like, that is not a good measure for how good something is, whether it it is objectively good as like a TV show or a movie or whatever. But like for me, like just as like somebody consuming media as a customer, like I just if I like it, if I enjoyed it, if I don't feel like I wasted my time, I think it's good. Like it's the same sort of thing with like, with me listening to like all sorts of different music. Like if it sounds good and it doesn't drive me insane, I will listen to it and I think it's great. Now, when you say Spider-Man, which Spider-Man are we talking about? Because there's 3. And, like, because for me growing up, I watched the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. And that's the Spider-Man I think of usually whenever people say Spider-Man. Although I know that there's Andrew Garfield and there's, who's the new guy? I think his name begins with like a T or something. I can't remember. He's really good. I did like those, the newer Spider-Man. I think that he's a good Spider-Man. And I think that actually, like, he's, out of all the casting for Spider-Man, I think he's the best cast. But I watched Spider-Man Far From Home. Or was it Homecoming? I can't remember. The Tobey Maguire Spider-Man I can't watch anymore. I just think of like whenever just the whole scene where he's like dancing in I guess it's like Times Square or whatever, like it's just so goofy. So much secondhand embarrassment. I don't really like I don't want to say I don't like the MCU. Um, I just don't find the movies to like all the MCU movies. I don't find them that like I don't want to say great, but like they're just it's not my demographic. The demographic is not for me. I've never really been into superhero stuff. And I think a lot of that is because it's so geared towards like a straight male audience that I don't know. Like it does not feel like a movie that is like geared towards me. It feels so heavily pushed towards the stereotypical like comics fans. When you think of like comics fans, you think of like older men, like straight men, superhero fans. Like that's what I think of usually. And I know that demographic has changed. Like comics is opening up to like so many different people, and like it is not at all like that anymore. But like just the MCU movies feel like that so much. I really like, out of all the superheroes, Spider-Man is probably my favorite. And I'm talking specifically like MCU. I don't know enough about DC Universe stuff. But Spider-Man, I always grew up with Spider-Man, and I just thought we in school we had to take a course about, the history of comics, and the entire superhero saga of comics history. It's so significant because superhero comics are what saved the comics industry. Because before, the real like first superhero comic was Superman, pretty much. Like Superman was like the comic book hero back in the day, and I believe I want to say it was like the 40s or the 50s. I may be wrong though, so don't like quote me on that. But before superhero movies, I mean not movies, before superhero comics, a lot of comics were not respected, and they were not considered, a celebrated pastime for people to be into. A lot of them were just like, when people thought of comics back then, they thought of like the newspaper like Sundays. They thought of like those no plot, no substance, just like jokes meant for kids sometimes, like not really, what we think of as comics today. But superhero comics saved that, and really garnered interest in comics as a whole. And once Superman was created and became this like super successful comics companies and writers were tripping over themselves to make comics and make new superheroes, to compete with him and to be as popular as him. And so there was sort of this like oversaturation of these types of comics in the industry for a long time. And a couple more superheroes came and went. There was once the MCU started, it was DC and Marvel were really like fighting neck and neck to like try and take over the industry with superhero comics and stuff. And Spider-Man was a breath of fresh air at that point, because Spider-Man was written differently than all the rest of the heroes, because a lot of them were, adult men who... Superman was different in this aspect because he came from a different planet, but a lot of them were men who had their superpowers gifted onto them, or they had to create their powers and stuff like that. I think of like Iron Man. He had to, he was this rich philanthropist who, technology and stuff, like he was involved in all that. And that's how he got his place with Iron Man. But when you look at Spider-Man, he's a teenager in high school from the Bronx, doesn't know what he's doing, totally like new to the world of superheroes and stuff. Not at all like confident in himself. Like he's just this like, and especially like when you look at where superhero comics were at the time, like it was a breath of fresh air compared to all the different kind of superheroes that were like oversaturating the market at that point. And he was so different and so unique compared to, I think a lot of the superheroes at the time, I think of like Shazam, and Shazam was kind of different, but like not exactly. There was like Captain Marvel, who were some other ones, like the Hulk, just all just grown men doing this. No, but that's what I love about him. I love that he's he starts off cocky because he's like, oh, like, I have all this power now, like, he starts being like, thinking that he's hot shit. And what makes it so endearing is the fact that it's realistic. That's that is what any teenage boy who finds out that they have spider powers and can like climb walls and shoot webs out of their hand, that is what any teenage boy would do. And that's what makes it so believable and so like just refreshing in an industry like that. And it's different nowadays because, Spider-Man is a loved and cherished franchise, and it's, you know, half a century after the fact of him being created. But I have to like reiterate like how groundbreaking it was for the time, because like so many superheroes at the time were just like grown men who like were just like sort of cynical, sort of like not at all, did not have the personality of Spider-Man. And Spider-Man was so fresh, so new, so realistic and believable that people latched onto him. And like Spider-Man was created in the 70s. It was, I want to say like the early 70s Spider-Man was created, and it's Stan Lee's baby, and like it makes me so sad to think about, because Stan Lee was like so proud of Spider-Man and Tom Holland, and being able to see like how successful his ideas were and stuff, and like especially in the comics industry with how like it's much different nowadays, but even back then like it was very cutthroat, and like you were not your ideas. Whatever company you worked for were your ideas. And that sentiment still sort of lives today, but I feel like a lot of people have more rights and more, what's the word? Like, just more control over their own creations and stuff. I mean, look what happened to Archie Comics. But yeah, I love Spider-Man. I think that out of all superheroes, Spider-Man is probably like my favorite, just because the history behind it, but also like just, I don't know, he's just different from all the other ones in my opinion, and I have a soft spot for stories that center around like teenage characters like that. I sound like a nerd now, talking about comic history like this. I am really glad, though, that the industry has opened up a bit, and so it's not all just superhero stuff, because it gives so much more possibility and chance to creators who are not like superhero oriented. And I think that there need to be more like, I don't know, I think of about like the fantasy market, and how there's so many like coming of age like series and stories and stuff like that. Like graphic novels are like the thing nowadays. Like if you want to have a story and like sell it, like graphic novels are the way to go. Whereas comics, like I think of like, when I say comics, I mean like periodicals, or you know, monthlies, stuff like that, you know. Those are usually geared towards franchises and, you know, stuff like Sonic, Transformers, My Little Pony. Not really geared towards, you know, independent storytelling and stuff like that. It's kind of difficult for me because like I I'm still like undecided what I want to go into. It would be great to work on IDW franchises and stuff like that, especially Sonic. I would love to work on Sonic, but I don't think that I don't think I have the skill set yet to work on a franchise like Sonic because I'm still not confident in my background skills. And this is, you know, doing practice with ASO is super helpful because not only is it like preparing me, like it gives me pages that I can put in my portfolio, but also like it helps me like understand how to work with a team, how to meet deadlines. And granted, you know, a lot of this I'm balancing this with homework from school, you know, doing my own personal artwork, making prints and, you know, stuff like that for myself, for my own business. But it's like, I don't know if that's, you know, what route I would prefer to go down. Like, you know, do I want to work on periodical comics forever? Do I want to do my own stuff? Do I want to make my own stories and stuff? Because it's like, I have, you know, my own original characters and I have my own stories and stuff, but it's like, they're not, I don't want to say they're not fleshed out, but they're not like, I don't have any pages for them. I don't have anything other than like character references and like a handful of drawings of a lot of them. I would have to do like a lot of work to be able to get there. But to be fair, I have to do a lot of work in anything that I go into. So it's like, you know, I have a lot of options. And I'm still in school, you know, I have like 5 classes left until I graduate. So I'm really close to being done. I'll probably finish my degree this spring. I would have finished earlier, but the pandemic like really threw a wrench into things. So I'm a little bit behind, but I'm literally like so close to being done with school. And as soon as I'm done with school, like I can start applying to places. I can start like sending in my resume and like like portfolio and stuff to like all these different places. And there's just so many options that I could go into. Like my degree trains me in like so many things with sequential art. Like I could do storyboarding, I could do comics pages, I can do coloring, I could do you know, character design, all sorts of stuff. It's not just limited to comics by itself. So I'm still just trying to figure things out. I really enjoy doing the work that I do on ASO, but I also really enjoy doing my own stuff. I really enjoy doing, you know, prints and drawing, like doing commissions for people and streaming and stuff like that. Like, I like doing all of that, but I can't do everything, you know? Like, I really need to, like, pick one thing and stick to it, or, you know, get really good at it that, like, I can go without doing it for a long time. The editor at IDW just followed me on Twitter. Holy cow. Well, that's cool. Hi. I wonder how he... Maybe he saw the Twitter post advertising that I'm streaming. Well, now I have to impress him. I can't let him down. I am loving how this background is turning out. But I do think that these need to be toned down a little bit. I need to hydrate. If you guys have not taken a break, gotten up, had some water, stretched, do so now, because I'm doing so right now. Make sure you're drinking enough water. Make sure you've eaten something today. Ooh. I actually have surprisingly good posture today. Usually, I'm like so bad at maintaining my posture. I slouch really bad in my chair. Okay. I may take a short break in a little bit and heat up some leftovers for dinner. But I'm still gonna work, you know. This page is almost done, to be honest. So I'm still pretty much in the mood, and I'm sure that after I eat, I'm still gonna be in the mood to keep going. So I may just like do a whole other page after this. So but I do need to take a break and eat something, because the last thing I ate today was a little breakfast croissant sandwich. So I need to have some sustenance. Yeah, you should definitely go get a snack. Eat something. I don't want you guys to starve. I have some leftover spaghetti in my fridge that I'm probably going to heat up in a little bit. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go do that right now, because there's still a lot of mountain that needs to be filled in. And once I fill in that mountain, I'm going to be pretty much done, besides putting in a few fish and some bubbles and stuff. So, I'm going to go ahead and take a small break. I will join back in. I'll let you guys know. I'll unmute my mic whenever I get back. But I'm going to go heat up some food, eat some dinner, and then I'll get back to working on this. So hang tight. Okay. I have returned. Spaghetti in hand. I'm ready to snack. Um, let's see. I'm gonna go back to the live scene, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new layer and put on top of it that I'm eating, so if anyone comes in and is curious as to why I'm not drawing. There we go. Okay. So, I hope y'all don't mind, but I am going to eat spaghetti while, checking the chat. I'm so sad. I don't have any Parmesan to eat with this. All I have is just the spaghetti. This would be so good if I had some Parmesan to go with it, but I need to go to the grocery store so bad, and the only reason I didn't go today was because I had to deal with that leak earlier in the day. And then it was raining really bad, and I didn't want to go out in the rain, so I'm just gonna go tomorrow. I have to go tomorrow, though, because I don't have anything else besides this and, like, frozen pizza that I can make. And I need some vegetables. I need sustenance. I can't just live off of frozen food, you know? Technically, I have other stuff that I could make. I have ramen, but again, the point I'm trying to make is I need sustenance, you know? Typical college food, not always the best in terms of nutrition. I did get some tea, though. I have some tea with me, so I was just sipping on water the whole stream, but now I have some tea, so I have a little bit more flavor. I was checking the users in the stream right now to see who all was here. And Feet is watching me right now. Not sure how to feel about that, but I hope you're enjoying yourself, Feet. A little bit unexpected. My only question is, are they your feet? Or are they somebody else's? Not too sure. Not sure it matters either way, but just hope you're enjoying the stream. Feet. Hi, Paprika. Did you wake up? Now my cat wants to know what I'm doing. Baby. No. What are you doing, Pap? I swear, if she goes under my desk and unplugs my HDMI to my screen, I'm gonna be so mad. Paprika. Hey. I'm sorry if my food eating noises are gross. Meow. Paprika. Ow. Oh, I just banged my knee. Ow. The spaghetti is good, but I can make spaghetti better than this. This is, for anyone who is here, who came to my stream last week, it wasn't on this channel, but it was on my personal Twitch, Gendeerfluid. My mom came to visit this week, and, we went out to dinner. Well, we didn't go out to dinner, but we ordered dinner from Uber Eats. And, we got spaghetti from this Italian restaurant by my apartment. And, it's pretty good, but I make spaghetti better than this. So, it's kind of sad eating spaghetti that's not as good as my own. I like to think that I'm a pretty decent cook. I don't want to say that I'm great at cooking, because I don't really cook a whole lot of things. I just sort of cook the same, like, homemade recipes that I know over and over again. But, the spaghetti that I make is really good. I put in a lot of spices and stuff. And I have... Paprika! Get out from under there! I have, plants. I have a thyme plant and I have a bay leaf plant. And, I pick leaves off of those and chop them up to put them in, my cooking. And it makes it taste really good and really fresh. Let's see, what is this? Wow! Stop! Where'd the chat go? Here, chat. We're gonna listen to this song together. It sounds like a video game. I like those. This is cute. It's like a boss fight. I like this. I'll have to check out more from this person. Um, okay, I'm almost done eating. Once I finish eating, I'm gonna go wash my dish off, put it in the dishwasher, and then I'll get back to work on this. Because this page needs to get finished, baby. Now, I have a question for any of the people here from Archie Sonic Online. If I were to start doing like a weekly stream, what day would be best for y'all? And what time? Because, granted, I have to work around my school schedule, but if I can get sort of a schedule going where I can stream from my Twitch channel and then also stream on this account, doing Archie Sonic Online stuff at least once a week, or try to aim for once a week. I'd like to sort of, get in a routine of doing that, because we have a lot of stuff that we need to get done. We work on a lot of different issues and stuff simultaneously, but currently this and Sonic Universe 52 are the only issues I'm working on, and I can't show anything from 52 right now because we're already almost done inking it. So I'm on like the last 2 pages of that. But depending on what issues come next, and this is all gonna, it all counts on, what everybody else's schedule is on the team, and, what scripts are available, what scripts are done and written and done being edited. But, I'd like to try and make this like a weekly thing if possible. I mean, maybe not get a page done every stream, but like do some work, Weekends are good for me. It just the only thing I will say is I have to work around my school schedule, so my schoolwork comes first. So if I don't have stuff done for school, and that's going to interfere with a stream time that I set, then I'm not going to be able to stream. Or at the very least, I'd have to reschedule the stream to another day. But if that's fine with everybody, I can do that. It's just, everything is sort of still in the air. Like, I've been talking with the editors on Archie Sonic Online about trying to make this more like get a schedule going so that streaming happens more often, so that we have a little bit more engagement and more interaction with the readers and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna have to talk with them and see what they think, and because we all agree that we want to start having streaming and stuff and like doing it as often as we can. It's just, with the pandemic and everything, there hasn't been a whole lot of availability, and you know, I don't know what the other team members are doing, and specifically when I say team members, I mean like the other artists. I know that some of them work. I know that some of them like have, you know, jobs that they do outside of this. So those things come first. But I'm in a position right now where I'm uh I'm in I'm in a point in school where I'm not like drowning in work, but I do have a lot of work that needs to get done. Um, but I feel like I can balance it because I'm only taking 2 classes this fall. Classes start for me in a week. Um, and I'm balancing that on top of trying to have a weekly deadline for this project. So maybe not having a specific day scheduled necessarily, but trying to aim for that. And if I don't meet that, rescheduling and trying to make it earlier in the week or something. So we'll see. I'll talk to the editors and I'll talk to the rest of the people on the team, see what they think. Um, we may run a poll in the Discord to see how everyone else feels. Because I know that not everybody is going to be able to have time to do it. I know that, you know, this is, what day is it today? Monday? This is not always the best day for people to show up to a stream. So, and we understand that. But anyways, I'm going to go wash my dish, put in the sink. I will be right back. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Now, I need to put my glasses on because my eyes are starting to hurt, so. Okay. Now, I only have a little bit left of this page. It's just doing the rest of the rocks, you know, adding some bubbles, some fish here and there, you know, just a couple things. Let's get that out of there. All right. Do you think, I don't know if this is something any of y'all might know, but do you think that I'll like get in trouble or have the stream like stopped or copyrighted or anything if I play like Sonic the Hedgehog music? Because this music is fine, but I'd like to play like some soundtrack music. Because that fits with what we're doing, so... Alright, well, if that's the case, then I'm gonna change the music because I really want to have some Sonic music going because that's gonna like really make the stream feel a lot better. Let's see if I can get this going. Just waiting for Spotify to open. I think the reason why I think that it would have been copyrighted or there would have been a problem is because I've seen people try to upload streams on YouTube. Like specifically, I watch like sometimes I watch streamers who shiny hunt in Pokemon games, and they'll be playing like copyrighted music, and then they'll be mad because they can't put it on YouTube or something, or they have to like mute the beginning of it. But since I'm not doing that, I don't think it'll be a problem. So. If Spotify would work, I could change the music, but unfortunately, Spotify is just taking its time. Come on, Spotify, why are you taking so long? I want to listen to some Sonic. Let's see if I can do some troubleshooting. Alright, one more time. Hi, Pap. What are you doing? She just laid down, like, on my feet. You're gonna knock my cords out. This is taking so long. Come on, Spotify. I believe in you. Ugh, now that I'm like looking at the pencils for this, I'm like, ugh, there's so much still that needs to be done. Gotta clean up these trees. Okay, I think that I have it set up. So I'm gonna close out of this. Paprika, come on. Yeah. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Alright. Oh, Cherry Lum? They are driving me crazy. I am like losing my mind. Okay, question. How's the volume? Is it too loud, too quiet? Am I too loud? Do I need to be turned down? Because Spotify is louder than the lo-fi music that I was playing earlier. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Get out from under there. No. No, ma'am. No activities for Paprika. can't hear anything? Is this better? Is this better? I just don't want it to be too loud so you can't hear me when I talk. But I do want it so you can hear. You know. So I know it's working. Awesome. What Sonic is this from? Secret Rings? Huh. Never played that one. Paprika, baby, please stop. Alright, thanks for stopping by the Mysterious and Rancid... Oh, it's Mysterious Mr. Acid. I'm so bad at reading usernames. Anyways, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream.
net, forever running from the slow sea. Moonlight coming down, beaming through the clouds. Will I never see the end? Forever searching for my destiny. Illuminated, where we'll be when it's over. Can you see? Moonlight all around, shadows on the ground. Will there ever be an end? Forever running from the slow sea. Moonlight coming down, beaming through the clouds. Will I never see the end? Forever searching for my destiny.
should travel away. I will be there if you need me, and I know you'll do the same. I can see you, I can hear you in my heart. You will be here if I need you. I will never have to guess, 'cause we are very special friends. So send me a letter, let me know how you're doing. You are my lifetime and true friend. Will never be forgotten. Having trust is all we may need. You are always with me in the life I lead. So far, far away from life I used to know. Worries are too far to go. I will stop and close my eyes. Remember, end of the rainbow. I can take you. I will catch it for you. Memories you can recall with me any time of day. You can reach out, you can ask me in your soul. I will answer when you call me. I will come no matter how, 'cause we are very special friends. Just like a river that flows, just like stars in the dark night. Lead me in the storm, lead me in the dark. You are the light of my life. I will be there if you need me, and I know you'll do the same. I can see you, I can hear you in my heart. You will be here if I need you. I will never have to guess, 'cause we are very special friends. Memories you can recall with me any time of day. You can reach out, you can ask me in your soul. I will answer when you call me. I will come no matter how, 'cause we are very special friends.
Alright, I think I'm done with this page. Alright, well, I think this page is about as finished as it's ever gonna get. I think that I'm gonna end the stream because it's already like close to 11 o'clock for me. I didn't realize how late it was getting, but let me turn the music down a little bit. Thank you everybody who showed up to the stream. I really appreciate it. We're gonna try and make this a reoccurring thing. I don't know how often, but I personally want to aim to do this at least once a week, if not once every other week. But we'll keep you posted. Thanks again for showing up to the stream, and I hope you enjoyed yourself. Try to catch us in the next one. Thanks.